Okay, we may begin.
All right, starting again. Welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, November 21st, 2024, and the time is 2:08 p.m. We are in the Building and Safety Boardroom at 201 North Figueroa Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am President Cyrus Mason, and I will be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Lim and Nash. I'm going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. The meeting is being recorded, therefore we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. Members of the public who wish to only listen to the commission meeting and not provide public comment may call council phone at 213-621-2489 or 818-904-9450. This meeting is also being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch this meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov. We will be following the agenda order for the most part. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door along with speaker cards. Individuals who are physically here and wish to address this commission must fill out a speaker's card and specify which item or items you are going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific item in person or virtually via the Zoom link provided on the agenda. If you are present at the meeting, please fill out a speaker card and turn it into Irene or Rocky. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. If you are in the Zoom call, when the item you wish to speak on is called, press *9 to get on the speaking queue. The commission executive assistant will call out each speaker by the last 4 digits of their phone number to identify the caller. The caller will be prompted to unmute themselves by dialing *6. We will consider general public comment and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item, with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple items. In total, an individual speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any agenda item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and/or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. PowerPoint presentations presented to the commission today, whether it's by the department or applicants, will be posted online and made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 business days. For those attending the in-person meeting, please be aware that after 6:00 p.m., if you leave the 9th floor and wish to return, you will need to check in with security on the 1st floor to re-enter and access the elevators to the 9th floor. Please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. We are now on item 1, a report from the executive director. Ms. Garakian, is the report?
Yes. records, and more importantly, your licenses will expire at midnight on Tuesday, December 31st. If we do not receive your renewal, it is illegal to continue to operate without an expired license. The communications team has wrapped up our first public information campaign, which focused on driving traffic to licensed legal locations specifically in District 8 and 14, which were the council districts with the highest number of illegal operators. The campaign across all platforms yielded about 100 million impressions in about 3 months. And last but not least, our compliance and enforcement team has addressed 97% of all complaints received on the DCR complaint portal. They are also conducting several compliance inspections and have conducted a lot. If they reach out to you about a compliance inspection, please be in touch with them. They are trying to help. This is very, very important. The longer you take to reach out to our compliance team, the longer it takes to schedule the inspection. This may have an impact on your annual licensing process. And last but not least, DCR submitted a set of recommendations via ordinance amendments to Article 4 of LAMC of the Los Angeles Municipal Code that pertain to LA's county emblem placard program, social equity licensees, and applicant criteria. The recommendations were approved by the city council pending a draft ordinance from the city attorney's office. Next step is city attorney's office is going to finalize the draft ordinance as authorized by council. That will come back to the planning and land use committee. Then we'll go back to the full council for approval, final ordinance, and then it will be signed by the mayor. The department is hoping that this all happens before the council goes on recess on December 13th. So tight timelines. The DCR's budget package is due to the mayor today. So we are sending that in. Once she has made that a public document, I'll be able to present that publicly, or Jason will. Let's see what else. There have been several communications that have gone out from our comms team. I mean, a weekly reminder on the renewal fee, equity webinars, public office closings, like next week is Thanksgiving. Our public counter is going to be closed. Status of cannabis legalization across the country, et cetera, et cetera. Please make sure to follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. As of right now, DCR has about an 18% staff vacancy. 53 of 65 authorized positions are filled, which is very good compared to many departments across the city. The public counters, I believe next week will be closed. Is that correct? But we will still be answering our phones. Virtual counter is open though. So you just can't come in, but you can call us and we'll pick up your phone call. This is going to be my last CRC meeting. I'm going to go out on maternity leave soon, and Jason will be acting executive director in my absence. I'm hoping to be back by April. I will be monitoring everything that's happening. So thank you and have fun.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the executive director? Well, hearing none, happy Labor Day. We will now open general public comment and single or multiple agenda items. Speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide comment for items in today's agenda. If you are listening on the live stream and have called to provide public comment via Zoom, please mute the live stream audio before you begin speaking to eliminate feedback. We will alternate between calling up individuals here at the meeting and those on the call. Please bear with us. I do have one speaker card, Mr. Baber. Please state your name for the record, the agenda item you are speaking on, and the slide will clue you.
Ishman Baber, I'm speaking on behalf of Green Paradise Annual Licensing.
You have 1 minute. Thank you.
Great, thank you. My name is Ishman, and I am a social equity and also retail store owner, San Pedro-ish LLC. I've been working with Green Paradise for the last year and kind of helping them kind of get through some negative issues that they have, and I have as well, with taxes and less people coming in our store, we're trying to drive traffic to our store. And I'm just saying that Green Paradise is one of the stores that you guys want to continue here in the community. You don't want this store to close. You want these people here in your community operating. Their heart and soul is here. They believe in what they're doing, and they're struggling. So I definitely ask the commissioners and DCR to please pay attention to them and help them out as any way you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, is there anyone in the queue?
There are no raised hands in the queue. Would you like me to make an announcement?
Please.
If you would like to provide public comment, please dial *9 to raise your hand. There are no raised hands in the queue.
Okay, there are no more speaker cards, so I will be closing public comment period at this time. We are on to item 3, which is commission business. Commissioners, you should have received an advance calendar in front of you with our future meeting dates. Please take a look and advise if there are any planned absences from any of the commissioners.
This is Commissioner Lim. There's a good chance I will not be able to make it for January 16. I I have a trial scheduled at that time.
Okay.
Thank you. Moving on to approval of minutes, we were sent the minutes of November 7th, 2024 for review. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Vice President Nash. I make the motion to approve the minutes of November 7, 2024.
This is Commissioner Lim. I second.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We're moving on to commission announcements and updates. Commissioners, are there any announcements or updates? Okay, moving on to future agenda requests. Commissioners, are there any future agenda requests? Hearing none, we are on to item 4. Neighborhood Council presentations. This is a reminder that any representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or community impact statement with the city clerk which relates to any agenda item will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We are on to item 5, DCR Core Record Number 310162. The applicant is SDF11 LLC. The department's recommendation is to continue the matter to the commission meeting of March 20th, 2025. May I have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 5, DCR Core Record Number 310162 for the business located at 6223 West Franklin Avenue. I move to continue this item to the meeting set for March 20th, 2025.
This is Commissioner Lim. I second that.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item 6 is DCR Core Record Number 101797. The applicant is PHC Facilities Incorporated. The department's recommendation is to continue the matter to the commission meeting of March 20th, 2025. May I have a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to DCR core record number 101,797 for the business located at 1425 South Long Beach Avenue. I make a motion, we continue this to March 20th, 2025.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. I am going to take items 15 and 16 out of order. Item number 15 is DCR Core Record number 10068. The applicant is Relief Collective Incorporated. The department's recommendation is to continue the matter to the meeting of February 6, 2025. May I have a motion, please?
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to DCR core record number 100,068 for the business located at 5816 to 5818 West Pico Boulevard. I make a motion, we continue this to February 26, 2025.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item 16 is DCR Core Record number 1000044. The applicant is Platinum Club Incorporated. The department's recommendation is to continue the matter to the commission meeting of February 6, 2025. May I have a motion, please?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 16, DCR core record number 1000044 for the business located at 18441 West Van Owen Street. I make a motion to continue the item to February 6, 2025.
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We are now back to the regular agenda order, and we are at item 7, which is DCR Core Record number 320034. The applicant is PAC Wellness LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 15445 Ventura Boulevard, Suite number 6. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the queue.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Megan Blum. I will present item number 7 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 320034 is associated with PAC Wellness LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 15445 Ventura Boulevard, Suite 6, in the Encino Tarzana Community Plan Area within Council District 4. The hearing of this application was continued to today from its originally scheduled date of November 7th, 2024, due to a paper error. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 26, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0001353-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 26 of 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants, or SEIAs, must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant had met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for item number 7.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for staff? Hearing none, Ms. Diaz, is the applicant's representative on the line?
We do not have a raised hand in the queue.
Okay. And he is not here. So we will move on to, is anyone here to present on behalf of this item? Okay, just want to make sure. We will go ahead to deliberations at this time, commissioners. If any.
President Mason, would you like me to make an announcement?
Thank you. Any deliberations?
This is Vice President Nash. I'm disappointed that there's not anybody here on behalf of the applicant. I'd still be inclined to move forward, given the information in the staff report.
I am also disappointed that the applicant is not here, especially since it was continued from the previous hearing, but based upon the report, there's no open questions or items that I had. So I do agree that we should just move on and vote on this.
Okay, then is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 7, DCR core record number 320034 for the business located at 15445 Ventura Boulevard, suite number 6. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated November 14, 2024.
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 8 is DCR core record number 310201. The applicant is the Brinson Consultant Group to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1119 South La Brea Avenue. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the queue.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Thank you. This is licensing analyst Megan Blom. I will present item number 8 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310201 is associated with the Brinson Consultant Group. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 1119 South La Brea Avenue in the Wilshire Community Plan area within Council District 10. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of October 15th of 2021. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10 -0008886-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through September 11th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC section 10420 for the social equity program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language as part of the application process. DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. All comments provided were supportive of the business. 3 community residents gave a general overview of services and spoke to the quality of customer service and personal benefits of using their products. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division of the department is in attendance and available to provide their overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Senior Management Analyst, Compliance and Enforcement Division. A compliance inspection was conducted at 1119 South La Brea Avenue on October 9th, 2024. Currently, the notice to correct is being drafted and will be submitted to the operator shortly. At present, we did reach out to the operator and their staff on November 19, 2024. At that time, we additionally explained the existing deficiencies, which were 4 items. One, they were all minor. Number 1 was display of license. The neighborhood liaison contact information did not match the contact information on the DCR Excel record. The identification of employee badges, the employee number did not match the employee number that was on the record files during the inspection. The third item was a code of conduct. They just did not have the patron code of conduct posted on the interior of the retail space. And training records needed to be provided to inspection staff during the inspection. So I did explain to the staff on November 19th of the requirements and those deficiencies, and they stated that Evelyn Stone shall be reaching out to the department and providing corrective action. As you can see, they were all minor in detail. Any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. Is a standard practice to debrief the applicant after the inspection and advise them what the violations were?
Yeah, that's the standard process. At the end of each inspection, they provide an opportunity to discuss the deficiencies with our inspection staff and answer any questions, and they go over the entire inspection once again.
And in this particular case, do we know whether that debriefing took place?
My compliance team, that's a procedure that they follow every time. They debrief with the operators and their representatives. But just keep in mind, a notice to correct has not been issued, so they will have 30 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, hearing none.
Yeah, thank you.
The applicant's representatives are present. You may approach the podium at this time. State your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes when you see the green light.
Hi, everyone. My name is Evelyn Scott Brinson. I'm one of the social equity owner operators of the Brinson Consulting Group. I'll be speaking on item number 8. Before I start, I would like to address the inspection that we have reached out to the department, and we have made those corrections, and we're just waiting for an update. I'll be speaking on application number LAR 23310-201, license type the Brinson Consulting Group, doing business at 1119 South La Brea, Los Angeles 90019. We have been equity operators in the city of Los Angeles since 2021. I would like to say the Green Paradise is more than just a dispensary. We're setting the standard for cannabis in Los Angeles. We're here to educate the community. We want to move beyond the stigma, beyond the stereotype, to deliver enriching and natural experience in a safe, clean, welcoming environment. Together, we're hopeful that we can continue uplifting our community. We face many challenges as business owners in this industry, very different from any business models I've seen before. Steep taxes and strict regulations has made it very difficult to do successful business in the city of Los Angeles. A booming illicit market Increased competition with little to no financial support makes me wonder if the program was designed for us. Yet I stand in faith, believing that we are pioneers and example for our people and our community. We will continue to learn, grow, and change as this industry develops. We're hopeful that you will allow us this opportunity. Thank you so much for your consideration. Any questions? No? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Brinson, owner and operator of the Green Paradise, and I'll be speaking on record number 310201. I want to first thank you guys for this opportunity and for the original purpose of the social equity program. You guys painted the most successful picture for me as an entrepreneur, as well as for my constituents. We thought we were about to be able to do for our communities and be a generational wealth that you guys painted. Instead, we have businesses that are being double, triple taxed, and our businesses are suffering. My equity partner is 65 years old. He served 5 years in prison for an ounce of cannabis in 2005. We were so excited for him to be able to right his wrong and bless his community of Crenshaw, where he's from. Instead, we're hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt and continuing to build a mountain that seems never ending. We ask that you grant our annual license, and we also ask for some form of call to action or tax forgiveness. The illicit market has several stores around me, and that's what I'm competing with, along with the military style raids. We weren't even open a year before we took on the burden of the excise tax from the growers and cultivators. Every equity store began to immediately feel that pain. We ask that you guys extend a helping hand and not just watch us burn. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you go, could you reapproach? Yes, thank you. Because I know you two have been here since prior to the lottery, I have a question or two for you. I'll say that you are industry experts, local industry experts, if you will. Aside from the three things that you named, the taxes, the stiff regulations, well, we're going to stay with the stiff regulations, but the taxes and the illegal market, we're going to take those out. If there were anything in the regulations that you could change, your top two, what would those changes be and why?
Outside of taxation? Well, honestly, I think the taxation is my biggest battle.
Mhm.
I don't really have a list of things to go outside of that particular struggle, because that's what is actually centered around, as well as just the illicit operators that are just popping up around us continuously as we report them. They constantly open. So, navigating that, we understand the business model. We see what you guys are trying to do. We've been here from the beginning. We've seen the department change. We've seen it grow. It's been absolutely helpful. We attend the meetings. We're there. Everything is there. It's just the taxes. The taxes are our biggest burden of our biggest burden on each level, because not only do we have this department, we have several departments, not just the state, but including the IRS, including EDD, and being able to operate and have staff. Like, all of those things are a burden to us. And then we're in an industry where people think that we are generating all of this money and all of this revenue, but our overhead is insane.
Mhm.
And I think that landlords should have some responsibility in that, and that it should be some type of cap, because I don't know where they're getting their numbers or how they're basing their rent and leases, but it's really, really not fair. And I think it's predatorial, honestly.
What percentage of your operating expenses is your overhead?
I'm sorry, this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. At this time, I'm going to advise the commission not to to make sure that this conversation is a direct flow from the application itself and that we not delve into like larger issues that were not agendized. So to the extent that your questions are gearing at your decision for issuing a license and accepting the staff recommendations, I think we can proceed. Is that all right?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, no, I'm not asking you to leave, miss. I'm just making sure that we all stay on point here.
Okay, for
That we
sure.
talk about your application pending,
Yes.
not about the larger issues and the policy changes you'd like to see in the cannabis industry.
Okay.
Thank you so much, miss.
Okay, then I'll stop now. Commissioners, any other questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. You talked about raids being taken at your storefront, is that correct?
Well, not my store personally, I cannot say that. I know my husband, my partner, business partner, he mentioned that, but we are part of the Social Equity Owners Workers Association, and a few of the members have experienced military style raids from the CDTFA. Our store personally has not experienced that, and we're so thankful that we have not gone through that.
Thank you.
Vice President Nash? Commissioner Lynn? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, guys.
We are now on to deliberations. If any.
This is Vice President Nash. I note that there are some pending discrepancies as a result of the inspection, but they were all minor, and the applicant has indicated they've satisfied them. They certainly are easy to satisfy, so I'd be prepared to proceed.
Likewise, they pointed out that they corrected those items. They just didn't put it, upload it into the website and get it inspected. So it seemed like based upon their representation, they fixed these items. I also agree that we should go forward.
Hearing that, I will call for a motion.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 8, DCR core record number 310201 for the business located at 1119 South La Brea Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated November 14, 2024.
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We are now on to item 9, DCR core record number 110619. The applicant is Herbal Cure Corporation to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 8210 West Sunset Boulevard. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the queue.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
This is licensing analyst Megan Blom. I will present item number 9 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 110619 is associated with Herbal Cure Corporation. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. It is located at 8210 West Sunset Boulevard in the Hollywood Community Plan area within Council District 4. The applicant relocated to this address in August 2023 and has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR at the new location. The applicant is in the process of completing all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant does not currently possess a state provisional license to conduct retail with on-site sales. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One oral comment provided by a business representative spoke of the business being compliant, having a state-of-the-art facility, and serving its local community. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of licensing's presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Senior Management Analyst, Department of Cannabis Regulation, Compliance and Enforcement Division. This summary is for 8210 West Sunset Boulevard. A compliance inspection was conducted on October 7th, 2024. A notice correct was issued November 13th, 2024. There was only one item that was identified. It was an exterior condition, just trash and debris was at the face of the premises. At present, they have provided an email with photograph of today confirming the cleanliness of the front of the premises. They showed pictures of the side, the front gate, the walkway, the ramp, and the front windows, and it's all been cleaned up. So I have advised my inspection staff to pass this inspection, and it should reflect on the record.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
None for me.
Okay, thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. Is this open for business or still under construction?
Oh, this one should be operational.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for staff? Hearing none, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium at this time. State your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Handel, and I am the Chief Operating Officer for this location on DCR Core Record Number 110619. This license, this organization began in January of 2007. There's about 18 employees. It sees about 200 people a day. It's full anticipation now and building. We do have designated parking spaces adjacent to the building. It's a private area. And it's the same routine we do at all the urban stores. We give all of our discounts to vets, seniors, medical discounts, first timers. And in all locations, we sponsor events. And as I said, the last time I was here, come visit us on Thanksgiving at the West LA Civic Center, where we feed 3,000 to 4,000 homeless people and clothe them and give them haircuts. We fully cooperate with all law enforcement. We co-sponsor, this event in particular with Councilmember Park, 4 other neighborhood councils, the county, and it's just a great event. These are things we do in the community. Same routine. It's basically the same thing I say at every one of these hearings. We cooperate. We act within 24 hours of getting a compliance notice. I personally went out with a leaf blower and a dustpan and cleaned up the garbage that came from the taco place next door. But that's what we do. We try to keep our city clean. I will note for the record that we did, in fact, approach our neighborhood council, who didn't even know it was in their district. They thought it was West Hollywood. And we went back and forth a little bit on that. And thank you, Megan, for helping us out there as well. We contacted West Hollywood City to actually verify, yes, it is LA. Would have been strange if it wasn't, considering we had a BTRC. But there you go. That's what we deal with every day. The only other thing I'd like to say, and I'm going to sneak it in for you, is just about the state of what's happening. The CDTFA in the first 2 quarters of 23 they show $710 million in cannabis sales in LA County. In the first 2 quarters of 24, they show 608. So that shows a 14% decrease in Los Angeles County of cannabis sales. That should give you a pretty good snapshot of why people are coming up and talking about how difficult it is And there's a lot of reasons why, some that I agree with, some that are different, but I'm not going to get into that because I don't want to violate the Brown Act. So having said that, I have nothing else to say, guys. I appreciate you guys being here. I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving. And if you have any questions for me, here I am.
Well, thank you. We appreciate you being here. Commissioners, any questions?
This is Vice President Nash. We have been seeing your smiling face and your eloquent voice quite frequently. How many dispensaries do you operate?
So this will be the fifth in the LA area. We own the Woods in West Hollywood, which is a consumption lounge and a dispensary with an alcohol bar next to it in a separate building. And then we have the Urba stores that are over in Venice, in West LA, and right on the border of, it's on Exposition, right on the border of Culver City. So that would be in CD10. The other two are in CD11. And we have 3 other licenses that we're sitting on, waiting for the economy to actually become a real economy again in the weed business. A lot of opportunities out there right now for good operators. Cooperation with the city is something that needs to happen to help this industry, as well as I've had a lot of interaction with the governor about a lot of issues that are happening that could really help fix the industry. This board should really take up an issue somewhere down the line about an amnesty program for people who owe a lot of taxes to the city. I've recommended that you guys do an amnesty program where 1 month everybody signs up, get rid of penalties and interest, which are pretty draconian to these people, and give them a 36-month plan to pay it out and they could get healthy again and you could see the industry thrive. That's probably the biggest problem the last person had, both on a state and city level. There's a lot of things that could be done differently to help people, but we're not actually helping people.
This is Vice President Nash. I appreciate your comments and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. Where was it? This current location was relocated in August of 2023. Where were you before?
So the license was originally in West LA. It was deemed to be close to what may or may not have been a sensitive use. It was one of those juggling acts. So it was moved downtown just to be housed until it could be moved over to this location when we could find a good location to hang that shingle. So, and I think we have a stellar location over there. And having parking is everything.
This Commissioner Lim, when did you open up that?
It's been there for about a year. Construction has been finished. So it's just very recently.
Well, again, I commend you that there's only one small violation from the inspection. That's running a very tight operation there.
And as I've said in the past, with all of my affiliations with the city, I'm the last one that's going to do a perp walk. It's not happening. But thank you. Appreciate your confidence.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you for being
Thank you
here.
all.
We're on to deliberations. I thought so. I'll hear a motion at this time.
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to DCR core record number 110619 for the business located 8210 West Sunset Boulevard. I make a motion that we adopt the staff report dated November 14, 2024.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 10, DCR core record number 101812. The applicant is Natural Aid Pharmacy, a cooperative corporation, to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 8124 and 8128 West Foothill Boulevard. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the queue.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Megan Blom. I will present item number 10 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101812 is associated with Natural Aid Pharmacy, a cooperative corporation. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 8124 and 8128 West Foothill Boulevard in the Sunland, Tahunga, Lakeview Terrace, Shadow Hills, East Latuna Canyon Community Plan Area within Council District 7. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10000342-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 19th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. All testimonies provided by the public were supportive of the business. Members of the public said the business had a clean and welcoming atmosphere with helpful staff as well as fair pricing. It also mentioned the business was supportive of helping the local community. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good afternoon, Hector Ali Khan, Senior Management Analyst, Compliance and Enforcement Division. This summary is for 8124 West Foothill Boulevard. A compliance inspection was conducted on September 25th, 2024. A notice to correct was issued October 28th, 2024. At present, we have received an email dated November 20th, 2024 from the owner, Arnold Abramian. He was contacted by me personally on November 19th, and he followed up with some corrective action. The 6 items that were identified as deficiencies during the compliance inspection were as followed. The temporary approval notice was not posted on the interior of the premises. He did provide a photo, and that has been deemed as sufficient evidence. The second item is the physical changes to the business premises diagram. So he needs to provide a modification to the DCR record and an updated business premises diagram just to reflect the camera locations on the business premises diagram. The third item is the surveillance media storage device is located in an unsecured cabinet. He did provide a photo with this DVR equipment being secured and in a lockbox. The fourth item is the no loitering, no public drinking, or public smoking or cannabis consumption signs posted on the interior and exterior of the property. He did provide a photo, and it was deemed as sufficient evidence. The fifth item is personnel records did not show the employee's beginning date of employment. He did provide a doc with that sample, and it's under review by the analyst. The sixth item is Metric. He is currently working with Metric to reconcile the discrepancies, sales discrepancies that was identified during the inspection. So it's almost similar to what we normally identify at the end of the day. The sales don't reflect at the current time that we're there because it has not been updated. So he's just going to reach out to Metric and update those sales discrepancies and provide us with documentation. So currently he's got 4 of the 6 identified as corrected. The business premises diagram mod needs to be updated and he needs to get confirmation for the Metric sales. Any questions?
This is Vice President Nash. Regarding the 6th violation, the discrepancy in metric, do you know what time the inspection was done?
Our staff normally goes out there between the hours of 9 and 4. So it can be anywhere during that time, and they close most of these operators close around 10 p.m. at night.
Do you know how many samples of a metric that they would take during an inspection? In other words, you're doing a random sample of some product that they have in their system. How many products would you look to in each inspection?
So during this inspection, our compliance analyst or compliance inspector did identify, let's see, there should be a total count. Let's see, 1. He identified discrepancies on 4 items that he pulled. Okay. And typically we go in there and do a sampling of about 3 products.
You do a sampling of about 3 products?
Yeah, so they go in there, go into the inventory room and on the sales floor and ask for a sample of 3 products. And then they have the operator pull those 3 products from the sales floor and the inventory, and then we run the cross-reference with metric and their inventory.
Mhm. So is it safe to say that in this case, all 3 that you looked at had discrepancies?
Yeah, the 3 that he identifies here had discrepancies.
And then I was trying to find out what time the inspection was done, because I was wondering, well, is that an end of the day discrepancy, or is there something else going on?
No, oftentimes this inspector, it's West Foothill. Yeah, he's normally between 10 and 4. So there's about 6 hours there that he does inspections.
Okay. Is there a procedure in metric? Is metric designed to have an end of the day error until it gets updated, or does it typically happen on a per transaction basis immediately?
No, unfortunately, that's not the case. So they normally have an individual that's identified to deal with metric and updating the sales. So normally at the end of the day, they'll update the metric system with the sales receipts on the day. And then that's how they stay on target, or their sales reflects what's on the inventory. But oftentimes, unfortunately for us, when we go there, there may be some discrepancies because it hasn't been updated.
Okay. And then to clear this particular discrepancy, number 6, what would you get from the operator?
So we would get confirmation from their inventory at present time for those products and what's on record with metric. So we would have them show us confirmation of both. Some metric documentation and then confirmation of what's on the sales floor and what's on inventory.
So would there be a confirmation that at the end of the day on this inspection date, that these items that were found to be non-compliant in terms of counting,
We're updated.
that they would have been clarified by the end of the day? Are you going to get something like that?
Yeah, it can be as simple as that. They can just go back to that date and show us that it has been updated and give us the confirming documentation to show that.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. So in regards to the matrix, just so I'm clear, if you randomly check 3 items and they match the matrix with the, what's on the floor, there's an assumption that nothing got sold that day, and that's why it matches. In this particular case, it looked like there was seven, there's supposed to have been seven, but there turned out to be four. So it seems that three was sold during that time period, and is that a safe assumption? And that's why other people didn't get cited for this, because they didn't, because that product didn't sell that day, the three items that was inspected?
Yes, that's correct. That's a safe assumption. If they were slow that day, had no sales, then what's on inventory is gonna match what's on metric, because there's no movement of the product.
Thank you.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Kling, just to add a clarification there. A lot of these businesses have hundreds of products. So in sampling three, it just so happened that the three that were randomly sampled here, of course, had sales that day that wouldn't get resolved until overnight. And if there was some kind of clerical error in terms of the bud tender scanning out or checking out an item, that would be resolved as part of the overnight transaction where they do the update to show a negative one here and a positive one there. But that doesn't, of course, happen until either overnight or the next day. You guys are correct.
So this Commissioner Lim, there would be a red flag if the matrix said there should be four, and on the floor there is seven.
It's not, it would be, yes, it would be a red flag there. And generally that means somebody misscanned an item, or they thought something was the same and they scanned it and they were taking out of one, but they actually have an overage. And until they actually go and do the inventory check, they can't make that reconciliation to get back to a neutral state.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And that's correct. All
I
right,
have
thank
no
you.
questions. Thank you. We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium at this time. State your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam President. Arnie Abramian for Natural Aid Pharmacy. I'm the president, owner, operator. And I'm here to answer your questions. I did have a statement written. I read to you last month. I won't bother you with the same statement, but I would love to talk to you about the challenges the industry is facing, the challenges we faced with metric and POS, just to educate the commission. That's what I did through the past, actually, legislative process with the Senate. We had to get the double taxation waived. Senator Bradford made a motion for us and for the community, SB 1059, in order so that we as operators don't have to pay city tax on top of our sales tax and excise tax. And for 3 years, 4 years, we've been trying to get that passed and nobody cared. And those are the type of double taxation that is hurting, social equity applicants and everybody across the board, city of LA. Another, I believe, positive thing that passed was the cafe bill, the SB 1775. And I want to ask the commission's help. I did speak with our councilwoman, Emilda Padilla, and Monica Rodriguez, if they could expedite the, policy making so that we could go ahead and have lounges or cafes and sell non-cannabis products in our dispensaries instead of waiting another 2 years in order to implement a state policy. Other than that, I'm open to answering questions. We did cure 4 of the issues that were found. As far as the one with metric, this is what I also discovered with our 2 dispensaries. Metric, we cannot go directly into metric. I have 2 case numbers with metric regarding this dispensary. We cannot make changes because Meadow, the POS that we use, reports our sales to metric. So they don't download metric data. So I can't go and fix it in metric and then hope that my POS matches metric. And if they have a communication error, or like Jason said, that sometimes an employee grabs, let's say, a Skywalker OG instead of the one next to it, or when they're ringing it out, there are some issues. In this case, there was a labeling issue. The UIDs didn't match because the distributor that delivered kept the manufacturer's same ID number. So it wasn't updated. So we kind of had to dig into it. And Michelle with DCR, she's amazing. she actually had encountered this type of an issue before. So she said, look for this number, you should find this in there. So we dove into our basically Meadow and Metric, trying to identify both items. So sometimes the back end identification could be the reason for misreporting also. And, you know, I love the inspections. I think it's a blessing for the business owners because it helps us with checks and balances and, you know, official finding out where we need to work on more. There are states that actually sued Metric because Metric reporting sucks. And we went through hell, you know, and it's the truth. And I feel the pain for social equity applicants because they're coming in here blind. I've been in the industry since 2007. My mother went to jail for this. My wife went to jail for this, all because of me. My mother-in-law didn't talk to me for 2 years. I don't know if that was a bad thing or a good thing, but we won't get into that. But you know, I paid the price, blood, sweat, equity, and a lot of people have. And unfortunately, now that they got into the industry and they're like, finally, God, we can open and operate and leave generational wealth or, you know, come into a better financial position. Now it's like taxation, government, regulations, this, that. And it's like, you can't operate because you're only a small business owner. And between black marketing cannabis, and I'm a restaurateur, I have multiple restaurants, and the guys around the corner selling tacos and kebabs, we can't sustain. You know, and rents are high. Landlords don't want to drop prices because they know if a restaurateur goes out, he can rent it to someone else. Same with cannabis locations. You know, rents are $3, $4, $5 a square foot. So I don't know what power the commission has. If there's anything I can help with, I'm willing to help. I did mention to Fred and Michelle, our compliance inspectors, that we should have a podcast and the conversations could actually happen and we could kind of get into the deep conversations needed to help the community. Questions, thoughts, ideas?
Thank you for being here. I will say that there does need to be a space for a different conversation that doesn't seem to be here, but I appreciate you being here. I don't have any questions for you.
Thank you.
Commissioners? Any questions for the applicant?
None from Vice President Nash.
No, thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
you. And thank you, Jason. He's gonna have to carry the baton again. Love you, bro. Thank you.
I think that's the first time anyone's ever thanked Jason.
I did it last time.
Okay, okay. I don't
He did
remember
a
that one.
lot. He's carrying this place, so thank you all. Appreciate it.
We are, thank you. We are,
Wait to be-
I mean, if you don't want to know what the decision is, you can hear about it when you reconcile matrix. If you know, we'll shoot you a message that way. Any deliberations, commissioners? Hearing none, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 10, DCR core record number 101812 for the business located at 8124 and 8128 West Foothill Boulevard. I make a motion we adopt the staff report dated November 14, 2024.
Is there a second? This is President Mason. I'll second. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We are now on to item number 11, DCR core record number 101805. The applicant is MOTA Incorporated, and this is to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 4001 West Sunset Boulevard. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We don't have a speaker card or a raised hand in the queue.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Thank you. This is licensing analyst Megan Blum. I will present item number 11 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101805 is associated with Mota Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 4001 West Sunset Boulevard in the Silver Lake Echo Park Elysian Valley Community Plan area within Council District 13. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, number C12-0000192-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 17th of 2025. This applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Senior Management Analyst, Compliance and Enforcement Division. This summary is for 4001 West Sunset Boulevard. A compliance inspection was conducted on October 7, 2024, and a notice to correct was issued on November 12, 2024. At present, I did reach out to Luis Bobadilla, who is the owner of this location, and on November 19, 2024. And as a result, he provided an email with the following action that he has taken. The 7 deficiencies that were identified at the property were as follows: the use of DBA, which has now been removed. It's no longer going to be requested, given that the DBA or business name is the same as the entity MOTA. The second deficiency identified was security measures. The surveillance system does not record points of entry and exit from both indoor and outdoor vantage points. He did provide an invoice for a contractor to do the repairs. So he just needs to provide us with confirmation that those cameras do indeed film those indoor and outdoor areas of the premises. The third deficiency was surveillance system recording storage. The video surveillance recordings are not being maintained for the minimum 90-day requirement. He needs to confirm that with video confirmation that the video surveillance equipment does store that. He has provided an invoice showing that he has hired somebody to make those repairs or adjustments. The fourth deficiency was security plans. A written policy is not in place that addresses visibility and security monitoring. He did provide a document titled Security Plans. So my analyst is currently reviewing that to make sure that it does reflect those requirements. The fifth item is alarm systems. The LAPD alarm permit was not identified at the site during the inspection. The operator needs to provide a copy of that. The sixth item is limited access areas. A residential door lock was installed on the door to a limited access area identified as the manager's office. I did reach out to Luis and asked if this was a limited access room, and he did indeed confirm that it is a limited access area. So that room does need a commercial grade lock, and he has provided confirmation that he is reaching out to his contractor to make those repairs, but it is not corrected at present. The seventh item is business premises equipment. Air conditioning units, ventilation, and mechanical equipment at the rooftops were visible from the public right-of-way. And the same thing, he stated he has contacted his contractor and will make the necessary repairs, but has not provided confirmation of those repairs. Any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. Was the NTC sent out, and if so, when was it sent out?
Yes, the notice correct was sent out November 12th, 2024, so approximately about 9 days ago. And he has till December 12th.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you for your report.
Okay, thank you.
We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. We are on item 11. Is the representative here? Thank you. Please approach, state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Hi, my name is Luis Bobadilla. I'm speaking on behalf of Mota Inc., record number 101805. I'm the founder and operator of Mota Incorporated. We've been in operation here in LA since the medical days in 2007. We're supportive of our local neighborhood, collaborating with the Silver Lake Improvement Association to sponsor regular cleanups, holiday and toy and food drives, as well as with our local law enforcement to improve security in our neighborhood. With regards to the compliance notices, as the analyst said, we're working on fixing the deficiencies that were pointed out to us as part of our inspection. Beyond that, I would like to echo some of the concerns other operators have raised. With regard to that, something that I think this commission would be helpful in helping resolve some of the issues in the industry. Aside from the taxation that everybody's mentioned, like all new industries, they sort of seem to go through these very sharp growth phases. As you said, we went, we were one of the original 186 pre-ICO licenses here in the city, and there's over 1,500 licenses that have been issued now. One of the things that is not happening that I think the commission could help with, in the renewal process, I'm well aware, and other folks have mentioned, of the literal hundreds of thousands of dollars that are owed by operators to the city of LA and other regulatory agencies. And the market will never heal if we continue to license and allow folks to operate that aren't meeting their financial obligations. It's effectively the city of LA giving a loan to an operator for those hundreds of thousands of dollars that they haven't paid. And so it's not allowing attrition to happen in the industry. It's unfortunate that everybody can't stay in business, but if you can't pay your taxes, you're effectively taking on a loan from the government in that liability, and you're bleeding other operators that are, people need to go out of business, and we need a straightforward way for that to happen. And so, I appreciate the hardship that everybody's going through. But if folks aren't meeting their operating obligations, they shouldn't be operating. And that's the way to get back to a healthy state of things. There are too many businesses here in LA. It's obvious. That's why everybody's, a lot of them are losing money. There's too many operators. And if we don't let some of them exit the market's never going to heal itself. So my comments, if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to try and answer them.
Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This is Vice President Nash. The compliance inspection was done in September. And I'm not certain that
I don't think so. I think it was like October 7th. My community meeting was held in September.
Well, then the report may be incorrect, because it says there was a compliance check on September 4th, 2024.
Maybe by DCR? I mean, by DCC perhaps? Like the state regulators came earlier in the year, but the city
By
folks-
DCR.
I don't think it was that long ago. It was fairly recent.
Mr. Alicon, could you approach and clarify the date of the inspection for the record, please?
Hector Alicon, City of Los Angeles, DCR. There may have been discrepancy on the summary. It was October 7th.
And the notice to comply, the email from Fred Ely was November 12th. So
Okay, I was gonna give you a hard time, because I thought happened in September. You should have these things taken care of, but
Yeah, no, it was,
um,
and not only was it in October, I never received the notice of what to correct came a week ago. So.
okay.
But this Commissioner Lim.
Hang on, Commissioner Lim. Jason?
Oh,
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. I see what Vice President Nash is seeing in the staff report. On page 3, just above the section that cites what the Compliance and Enforcement Division's findings were, it inappropriately says for this applicant, DCR performed a compliance check for the business premises on or about September 4th of 2024. I would like to verbally amend the staff report to have that say for this applicant, DCR performed a compliance check of the business premises on or about October 7th of 2024, as confirmed by one of our supervisors in the Compliance and Enforcement Division. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Assistant Director Khalil. Commissioner Lim, you may proceed.
the staff report also says that that you were debriefed of the findings right after the inspection was done. Is that correct?
During the inspection?
Right after inspection, it's a custom and practice for the inspectors to debrief someone of their findings.
So I received the letter to fix things on the 12th, and then I believe it was Mr. Hector Alicante reached out to me several days ago to do that debrief. So literally like 2 days ago, not weeks ago.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Alicante. Alicante.
Hector Ali Khan, DCR.
Hi, was the owner operator or any representative debriefed immediately following the inspection?
Yeah, that's a normal process. As soon as they finish the inspection, they debrief the staff or whoever, whatever representatives are there during the inspection.
And so you do have record of a name?
Yes, let me go through.
So to confirm, so when you said debrief after the inspection or during the inspection, because that's an important difference. If it's during the inspection, it's at the time, not after the guys left and then they reach back out.
So immediately following would be the person who inspected has not yet left the premises?
So during the inspection, essentially.
At the end, yes.
Okay, got it. In that case, then Fred, for the folks that were out there, gave us a rundown of some of the things and that they had noticed and that they would be following up with an email with us laying those out.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lim.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ali Khan. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here. We are now on to deliberations, commissioners. Thoughts?
This is Vice President Nash. There were 7 violations and none of them except the first one regarding the fictitious business name has been taken care of. But I note that they're all somewhat related and easy to fix, and the applicant has provided copies of contracts indicating that he's going to take care of it. I would prefer to have them already taken care of. But I'm still inclined to go along with the applicant.
This is Commissioner Lim. I also agree with that.
We are what, 6 weeks from the inspection? With only one correction. And there was a verbal discussion regarding the deficiencies after the fact. So the time frame is of concern to me. Would like to have seen a little bit more progress in terms of being in compliance, given that 6 weeks has passed. And there's only one correction.
Well, what is one correction? He did send invoices to show that he fixed the video and fixed the entryway, the video for entryway. Two of those items were dealing with the video. He showed an invoice saying those items were fixed. We need to go out there and inspect that to make sure they were in fact fixed, but he did show that invoice. He did show an invoice from a locksmith to show that the door, the residential door was switched to a commercial lock. So it seemed like that item was also fixed. DCR did not get a chance to go out there and confirm those items, but he did send the invoice to show that those items were fixed. So it's not that he didn't fix those items. He did give proof that he is trying to go in compliance and submitted invoices to show those items were fixed.
This is Vice President Nash. You know, I actually heard Hector's testimony differently. I thought that there was just a contract indicating that he was going to get it done, but that it had not yet been done.
Oh.
And I'd like to add
Ye-
that this is a very close call for me. So I'm
Likewise,
glad we're
I thought I
discussing
heard
this.
something different. Maybe
No, let's
we'll clarify
clarify.
what we heard.
Hector Ali Khan, Senior Management Analyst, Department of Cannabis Regulation. Yeah, and Vice President Nash is correct. They have provided some communication stating that they're going to get a contract to fix those issues.
How much of his time did he use?
He had used about 5 minutes.
Okay, you may approach.
So, thank you for the opportunity. So as far as part of the documentation that I submitted, the invoices for the security system, and I'm happy to share them with the commission. It's not, hey, they're going to come and do this. It's my invoice of me paying them to come in and install the cameras, and then fix a couple of the cameras that were no longer functioning, and that's why you couldn't see ingress and egress. So we added cameras and fixed cameras. And also the reason that we weren't maintaining the full 90 days of security footage, at some point when we installed the system, we inadvertently changed the settings. So it was recording at a higher resolution. And so the storage that we had didn't record the full 60 days. And so the invoices I submitted is them coming to fix the cameras, add cameras, and then change the resolution so that we're going to be able to get the full 90 days. So I want to clarify that those two items are in fact addressed, and you guys are welcome to come out and inspect them. With regard to the lock and the air conditioning that's visible from the street, our contractor, we've reached out to him. They need to come out because they need to build like a little hitch wall to essentially cover that stuff. That's why that's not done. But I do want to clarify that the security stuff has been addressed. It's not like we blew it off and didn't deal with it. Literally they came out literally the next day after the inspection to deal with the cameras.
This is Vice President Nash. And have you provided that information to the
That-
DCR?
The document that I sent DCR is my invoice for the cameras, and it's not, hey, there's a contract to do it. It's the invoice of I paid to have this done. It's already done.
So when you sent it to DCR, it was already done.
Correct.
Okay. And what about the changing the door to a commercial lock?
The contractor is doing both things. He's building the hitch wall, and when he comes out to deal with that, he'll deal with our locks as well.
You have any idea when you're in?
Hopefully by the end of next week.
Have you applied for the police commission alarm permit?
The reason we didn't apply for a new one is I'm 99% sure I have one. We've had, unfortunately, attempted break-ins. And as part of those break-ins, the folks came out, and I'm 99% sure I have a permit, because when they first come out and you don't have one, they make you get one. And so I've gotten one, several years ago. I'm looking for my documentation to show you guys. That's why I hadn't sent that out to them yet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Anything else to deliberate?
The storage, that's a common thing that we've heard from many other applicants, that the resolution was too high. So they had to switch it to get the 60-day backup. So fairly easy problem. So we've heard that issue come up quite a bit. And he did have an invoice the very next day after the inspection to show that these items were in fact, the camera was fixed and operational.
No, I would agree that the story is a bit different now. The portrayal of the status of things is different. Initially, it appeared that not much progress had been made, but in fact, the owner has shown good intent and moved forward and with correcting. So I'm in a better space.
In that case, I'll make a motion.
Go right ahead.
Regarding item number 11, DCR core record number 101805 for the business located at 4001 West Sunset Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report as orally amended during this meeting, dated November 14, 2024.
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 12, DCR core record number 101804. The applicant is Herbal Relief Caregivers Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7648 North Clybourne Street. 7648 North Clybourne Avenue, Unit A. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the queue.
Okay, thank you. We'll hear from staff at this time.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Emily Salazar. I will present item number 12 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101804 is associated with Herbal Relief Caregivers Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 7648 North Clybourne Avenue in the Sun Valley Latuna Canyon Community Plan area within Council District 2. The business premises is located at 7648 North Clybourne Avenue, Unit A, Sun Valley, California 91352, a parcel zoned for light manufacturing purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C120000250-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 22nd, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the social equity program. On or about September 4, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held back on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. Business owner Henrique Sargisian spoke in general about the business's plans to support and give back to the community. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Hector Ali Khan, Senior Management Analyst, Department of Cannabis Regulation. This summary is for 7648 North Clybourne Avenue. A compliance inspection was conducted on September 26, 2024. A notice to correct was issued October 28th, 2024. I did reach out to the operator or owner, and his name is Henrik. He did provide, I reached out on November 19th, 2024, which is 2 days ago. He did provide an email a few hours ago, November 21st, with some corrective action that he has taken. All that details in the email are under review. The 6 items that were noted as deficiencies during the compliance inspection was the use of a DBA, SAMIA HRC pre-ICO. In the email details, he did provide forms. However, he still needs to provide and submit a modification against the record for DCR licensing to review. The second item is display of license. The neighborhood liaison contact information is not prominently displayed to be viewed by the public, state, and local agencies. The operator needs to provide a photo showing that confirmation and that corrective action. The third item is no physical changes without approval. The camera placement on the business premises diagram did not reflect the business premises diagram identified on the updated or submitted documents in the record. So he did provide forms, the modification form and the updated business premises diagram. However, the notice to correct does give specific instruction to submit a modification against the DCR record. So it's simply just go into your DCR account and submit that modification. The fourth item is the LAPD alarm permit. It was not present during the time of inspection, so he needs to provide confirmation that he has applied for it and has been issued that LAPD alarm permit. The fifth item is delivery request receipts, so that the receipts be provided and with the appropriate information. He did provide photographs and documents of the receipts provided. However, my analyst is currently going to review that for confirmation of sufficient evidence. The sixth item is delivery fleet information, the delivery vehicle placards for the delivery vehicles. He did submit the forms, and that deficiency has been identified as sufficient evidence provided, and that will be checked off. Any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to alarm system permit, did he provide satisfactory evidence that that permit was submitted?
At present, that those details were not in the body of the email.
Hi, I just kind of want to get a tally
Mhm.
and make sure I heard you correctly. You have communication regarding 4 of the deficiencies. And out of that communication, you guys have deemed 1 as fully satisfied, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
This is Vice President Nash. Regarding violation number 5, there's a fair amount of information in there. It indicates that the first name and the employee number of the employee that delivered the order is not there. Is the last name there?
So the receipts that he did provided all that information. So he provided updated receipts, and the updated receipts do have the DBA name, the employee name, signature of the person purchasing it. So he did provide some updated receipts. However, my analyst needs to match it up with the record and the DBA. So given that it was submitted today, there really wasn't enough time to go through all the details and just confirm all the information.
I understand. Let me ask the question in a different way. When they deliver something, is it required that the employee's first and last name are on that form?
I'd have to check with the rules and regs to see if it requires the full name rather than just the employee and employee number. So there you go.
Rocky Wiles for the Compliance and Enforcement Division. The regulations only say the first name, and that comes from the DCC. No last name, just the first name of the employee who prepared the order, and then also the name of the employee who delivered the order.
This is Vice President Nash. Thank you very much. Yeah, I find that violation very concerning because delivery is a situation where you're not at the store, it's not on a camera, and you could be delivering to a minor. And there was a lot of information that wasn't included on this. So I'm really concerned about that. Now, you indicated that the operator corrected the statements that you looked at, or he's changed the form for the future?
Yeah, correct. Moving forward, he has updated his POS system to include all that information. So he provided some detailed receipts that have all that information on there. We just needed my analyst to take a look at it and match up that the DBA is the same, the business name, the employee ID number, all the information that's required on that receipt is there. But in just a quick glance at that email that was sent, it did have all those details in there. I just need my analyst to make sure that it's all cross-referenced with the record.
This is Vice President Nash, but again, that's just going forward. There's no additional information from past deliveries that was added or clarified.
Not from that date when they pulled those receipts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Nash. Commissioner Lim, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
We do have a representative here on behalf of this applicant. Please approach the podium at this time. State your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant. When you see the green light, you will have 10 minutes. Mr. Sarksian?
Good afternoon. I'm Hendrik Sargsyan, owner of the Herbal Relief Caregivers. Herbal Relief Caregivers operating 2007.
Sir, can you speak closer to the mic? Thank you.
Yeah. Operating 2007. We are pre-ICO license owners. We are the same location 2012 until now. We don't have any problem with this license. We've always been updating our license on time, follow up DCR regulations and rules. According with September 26, 2024 inspection, we have 6 corrections, minor corrections. The correction already, you know what's going on. Regarding number 5, that only missing a DBA and also a legal name is there. Every single delivery item goes out. We have a driver license copy. Before go out, confirm everything with the order person. When we delivering the product to the customer's home or businesses, we confirm, make sure the same person order. We have a copy of his driver license, our record. Before we have a signature from the owner, the buyer. Also, we have a signature, our delivery person. Before we release medicine, any client, delivery clients. All these 6 items done. It's like a number 1 DBA. The license for the alarm, it's done, displayed. Neighborhood lesson already, it's there. I have photos, everything, we send it to them, confirm. The platform car, we already posted our car. It's a very small, minor stuff. That's it. We've been in a business, we don't have any problem. We are small boutique shop. We own only 1 shop. That's it. I don't have anything to say. The delivery, we follow up the TCR rule regulations.
Without driver license copy, we don't have our premises. We cannot release it. We cannot deliver any minors. Impossible. Because a receipt, only we have to, that delivery receipt, we have to add our legal name and DBA names. That was our corrections.
Thank you. I'm sure there are questions.
This Commissioner Lin, in regards to alarm system permit, did you, prior to the inspection, did you have a permit for that? And if not,
Yes.
you
I have
did?
a photo I can show you right now in my cell phone. It's
It's
it's displaying, it was displaying there, but we have too many notes there. That moment we missed it. We have alarm 2017.
okay.
I think part of the concern, I won't say concern, it's just that the information was submitted and apparently there's not sufficient time for the analyst to say, to go through each and every deficiency and inform us of whether or not you're compliant or whether additional information is needed. And that's the handicap you're up against today. So please bear with us with the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. One of the things that was indicated to be missing with regard to the delivery receipt is the signature of the person receiving the product.
Every single client signing has every single customer order product. When they receive, they sign the paperwork. That time when we came there, it was not ready, that orders. The paperwork goes every day, goes to another office.
So are you saying that when the product was delivered, you either received the customer's handwritten signature or an electronic signature?
We're getting electronic and also hand signatures, both.
Maybe I could get a clarification from the department then regarding.
Dr. Ali Khan, City of Los Angeles. How you doing? Yeah, so well, just going off of my analyst notice to correct, his finding just identified that the delivery sales did not include that information. That's the extent of what he wrote. So he required the operator to submit confirmation that with the receipt that includes all that information. So that's what he identified as a finding, was a lack of that information on that receipt. So I don't know if maybe there wasn't a receipt there at the time. He wasn't able to see it, so he just included the entirety, all that information as a deficiency.
So from the department's perspective, there's no record of a signature from the customer receiving a delivery product.
That's correct, because there wasn't a receipt provided for him to review.
Okay, now maybe you could address that.
Thank you.
During the inspection, we have a receipt. We have 2 copies receipt. 1 copy goes to our register. 1 copy goes to the office accounting. That time when they came, that receipt, it was accounting department. But we have all the receipt there and customer signature there. Only we have to, that correction, we have to add the DBA and also legal name there on the receipt.
No, I'm asking.
I have only, my receipt only says Samia.
I'm asking about the delivery receipts.
Delivery receipts.
The department indicates that there's no signatures upon delivery by the person receiving the product. And you're saying that there are signatures on that.
Yes.
So where is the discrepancy?
Our corrections only, our receipt shows Samia name. Samia, we have a DBA Samia.
Hang on a second. Go ahead, please.
When the inspector went out, they did not get the requested receipt in its entirety. So the deficiency that was cited on the notice to correct listed everything that should be present on the receipt. If I'm hearing correctly, they have the physical copies of the receipt that have everything except for the DBA, but it was with the accounting section, and they will be able to provide that to the inspector to be reviewed. But they had it, they just didn't have it at the time when the inspector was there. Therefore, the inspector wrote them up for everything that would have been present on a receipt, if that's helpful.
This is Vice President Nash. Thank you very much for that clarification.
But this Commissioner Lim, it didn't state that, it says that delivery sales receipt do not include. It doesn't say they didn't receive a delivery receipt.
I can work with our compliance and
Please.
enforcement division.
Please, yeah.
Make sure that the memos are not standard verbiage that we use as kind of a drop-down option for everything that gets in here, as opposed to being more customized to the exact event.
Or at least indicate that they didn't see
Yeah,
the
can we
receipt in its entirety, because it's a little misleading. It looks really a bit more flagrant than what it is.
Yeah, the compliance and enforcement division provides the licensing team a memo of what their findings are. And the memo cites the regulation and the type of violation, and then it's got some generic language that's not customized necessarily to what the inspector's notes actually have. The inspectors have their open cases, and there's a firewall between the licensing side and the compliance side. So the person who prepared this report can't look into their side of the system and see everything with the notes, which is why Hector, if I was translating properly, was able to look into what the actual inspector's notes, and I was trying to kind of bridge that gap.
Commissioners, may I? This is Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division. The truth of the matter is that when our inspector was on the site, he was not able to confirm the receipt. So we don't know whether or not that information is there. I actually am asking the supervisor, and to be safe, we put everything on there. And it is the memos that we give this licensing. So we do the deficiencies that we put on the memos are the deficiencies that we find on site, the actual deficiencies. So if we had seen a receipt and it was only, and we've done this before, and it was only missing, and you've seen it, the legal entity, for example, we would say the sales receipt did not include the legal business entity name, or, whatever information was missing. Exactly, not the entire thing. So in this case, without verifying with the inspector that went out, what I would say is that he was not able to confirm or see a delivery receipt. So I've instructed the supervisors that from here on out, that because we do send an email, before we go to the site, and we do give the operator a list of things to have prepared so that, we're more efficient and we're not wasting anybody's time. So, we ask them to have, for example, the employee, the training records, their employee records, their financial records. So we tell them, prepare so that when we get there, we're just going through all these documents. We're going to add that they give us a copy, a few samples of some of the receipts so that we can see the contents of the receipt. I don't think that's on our list, and I think you brought up a good point. But in this case, I'm going to say that our inspector was not able to see a receipt where he can confirm what information was on there. And that is, the best that I can do.
But this is President Mason. I think that syntax is important, and it's created a lot of confusion. It's prolonged the Q&A
Yes.
of this applicant. And I would request that going forward, if they do not see the receipt, that they state that they don't see the receipt, because
Yes.
we have a
I
report
agree.
built on assumption of what could be missing because someone didn't see the receipt. So I don't find that to be fair to the applicant.
Without confirming with with the compliance analyst, I'm going to say that, it could be he didn't see the receipt or the receipt was missing all this information, but I don't want to, the operator saying that he showed the receipt to the.
I understand that, but I don't want I don't want the department to portray something that they did not see.
I understand. I think that,
Okay.
I think that yeah, the correction should have been written differently, but it
Thank
was
you.
that, but yeah.
This Commissioner Lim, I think the applicant said that I'll show you the old receipt. I don't think he said he showed the old receipt to the inspector.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's,
Thank you for that clarification. So in that case, yeah, I'm gonna say that the correction was not written in the way it should have, but all that information needs to be on the receipt.
so this Commissioner Lim, should we make an oral motion to amend? So violation number 5 states that the applicant did not have a delivery receipt for inspection.
I would feel comfortable with that because everything that is listed on there is everything that is supposed to be. He basically listed the entire DCC regulation. So I'm going to, and so, you know, I'm gonna speak for Fred, just because I think he was trying to be helpful and so he listed everything that he should have on the receipt instead of just saying, provide the receipt. But he could have just said, you know, no receipt was shown during the inspection. Please provide the following, you know, the following things need to be included.
We're not going to
So-
put Fred in the corner. It's just a teachable moment and opportunity to do better going
It's
forward.
super helpful. He's always trying to educate all our operators and
He
spend.
can come to work tomorrow.
It's actually his day off, but
Okay.
thank you, commissioners. And I apologize for all this
Thank
confusion.
you. Before you reapproach, how much of his time has he
I
used?
think
Diaz?
Jason wants to make an,
He had 7 minutes left.
Okay, one moment. Jason?
Assistant Executive Director Jason Colleen. I would like to orally amend the compliance review section of the department's report to just note that when our inspector went out to the location, they did not they did not see proof of evidence of a registered fictitious business name. They did not see a display of the license that included the neighborhood liaison. And they did not see the alarm permit, or they were not able to review a physical receipt to verify that the delivery receipt included all of the information required by the rules and regulation. And as part of the compliance and enforcement to correct this notice of correction that would be issued, the inspection team will verify that they do have all of this paperwork necessary, or ultimately it could result in an escalation and an issuance of a notice of violation. And on a go-forward basis, we will try to make it clear when our inspectors go out that they do not visibly see something versus they saw something and there were deficiencies on what they saw.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Assistant Director Colleen. You may reapproach at this time. You have 7 minutes left.
During inspection, our receipt been signed. We have all the receipts there, only missing legal name, Herbal Relief Caregivers. Our receipt says Samia, DBA Samia. The inspector told me, receipt, you have to add your legal name, comma, Samia, Herbal Relief Caregiver. Only that we have to add our receipt. During inspection, we provide all documents requested by inspectors. That's it. This is our correction.
Thank you.
Only we have to
I
add the
know
name.
you've said this. You have.
I have a
submitted- this
receipt. I'm
is-
gonna show you
I'm
right
still
now.
talking. I'm still talking. Thank you. This is President Mason, and you have submitted a full example of your receipts to the department.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
we did everything.
Okay.
This is Vice President Ash. Can you tell me approximately what percentage of your sales is done by delivery versus in the dispensary?
Maybe 5 to 10% delivery.
Thank you.
The delivery, we're losing money right now.
this Commissioner Lim, we heard that also, so.
No, we know, everybody knows, but I just want to let you know, we keep up because we want to provide some handicapped neighborhoods. We don't want to do it, but we want to stop that delivery. But unfortunately, we have some clients, we know them, they needed that help. Some handicaps, they cannot visit our shop, or they don't want to come. We keeping for them. We've been that same location 2012. We know all the neighbors, our old customers, it's repeatable customers. We daily maybe 1 or 2 new clients. That's it. 5% is nothing. You know, we're losing money that deliveries. Thank you. Any questions?
Any other questions? This is President Mason. Mr. Sarksian, thank you for being here and for your patience today.
I can provide right now, my accountant.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you. We are on to deliberations. If any.
This is Vice President Nash. I feel like we hashed some of it out already.
I think we did, yes. I did. Then we can go on to the motion.
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to DCR core record number 101-804 for the business located at 7648 North Claiborne Avenue, Unit A. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated November 14, 2024, with the oral amendments at their end.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item 13, which is DCR Core Record number 101-748. The applicant is Green Dragon Caregivers Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7236 North Varna Avenue. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the queue.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Emily Salazar. I will present item number 13 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101-748 is associated with Green Dragon Caregivers Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 7236 North Varna Avenue in the Sun Valley Latuna Canyon Community Plan area within Council District 2. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C120000243-LIC to conduct a retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 19, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held back on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine that this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons set forth in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Senior Management Analyst Christina Campos, Supervisor with the Compliance and Enforcement Division. I'm providing a summary for location 7239 North Varna Avenue. A compliance inspection was conducted on October 16th. A notice to correct was issued on November 13th with a deadline of December 13th. The compliance inspector identified the following 3 deficiencies. The neighborhood liaison email contact information does not match the contact information in DSR records. The patron code of conduct was not visibly displayed for public view. And the current business premises diagram does not accurately reflect the provided business, the current business premises does not accurately reflect the provided business premises diagram. Senior Management Analyst Alicon made contact with Manuel Samergian on November 19th to request status of the compliance. According, per Senior Management Analyst Alicon, the owner stated that he has taken corrective action on the 3 deficiencies and will provide an email confirmation to the analyst. And that was November 19th that he had a conversation with Mr. Samergian. Any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. Do we get an email later showing that he has complied with these 3 items?
As of today, we have not received an email from him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, scribbling here. This is President Mason. Ms. Diaz, do we have anyone in the queue representing the applicant? Because we do not have a speaker card.
We do have a raised hand in the queue. Would you like me to call them?
Please.
Phone number ending in 0048. Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant.
Hi, Commissioner. This is Lisa Seelan. How are you today? I'm sorry I'm not there. It's actually my mother's 97th birthday, so I'm actually going to have dinner with her this evening. But otherwise, I would have been there in person, and happy holidays to everybody. I do represent Green Dragon Caregivers. They have been around since April of 2007, and they are the original owner. Manuel Samergian was 22 years old when he started this business, and he has grown it into a really thriving, wonderful neighborhood community dispensary. He also has a cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution. And we do have a copy of the notice to correct, which was actually provided on November the 13th. And as of today, I just got off the phone with him about an hour ago. Number 1 and number 2, which are the correcting of the neighborhood liaison and the posting the notice of correct, are going up in his location, and we will have photographs of those sent over to DCR probably by tomorrow. And then the third change was the premises diagram. There was a wall that had not originally been on the premises diagram, retail lobby area. It has now been put onto the diagram, and all he's doing right now is adding the cameras and things to it, and that also should be done. If it's not done by tomorrow, it will be done by the beginning of next week. But the notice to correct gives him until December the 13th to comply, and he will be in compliance way before then. And he's just a great person, a great community person, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
This is President Mason. Thank you for calling in, and happy birthday, Mom.
I know, 97, that's a big one.
97, that's huge.
Yeah.
Commissioners, do we have any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. The applicant was debriefed of the findings and the deficiencies during the inspection. And is there a reason why these items weren't taken care of when the inspection took place on October 16th?
You know, I wasn't there, so I can't tell you what the debriefing was. They always send out a written, list, and two of them were super minor. One of them was the wrong email address was on the neighborhood liaison, and the other one was the patron code was not posted. So once he got this, he contacted us. We assisted him with getting those items done, and then he contacted his architect immediately and made sure that he got an updated premises diagram, which took him a couple weeks to get. And that was already completed by the time he got this notice to correct, but then we're working with him to make sure that all of the cameras and everything are properly detailed for both the DCC and the DCR, because he has to send them to also to the state because of the change of the premises diagram. So as I said, you know, getting to architecture, I think, was the delay basically, but they have been corrected, and he said that he will be providing the proof of it. They always do it by photograph. And then obviously the premises diagram itself will be sent via modification the way you're supposed to do it to the DCR.
So this Commissioner Lim, all three of these deficiencies are minor, but I guess what you're saying is that the first two was fixed right away, but he wanted to wait until he had a third item with the
Yeah, I think he
architect.
I think he just wants to send everything in one fell swoop so that he can, you know, show that it's instead of doing piecemeal, it's sometimes, I mean, sometimes it's, we get them all different ways. Some people, you know, do them as they get them. He just said he was going to wait and do them all at once. And he just got this letter, as I said, on November the 13th. And so he did talk to somebody, he said, on the 19th, and he will be in full compliance, probably, if I said not by tomorrow, by the beginning of next week, and then we'll get that off to the DCR for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This is President Mason. Any other questions? Okay, we appreciate you calling in, Ms. Salen. We are going to move to deliberations
Yeah,
at this.
Jason.
Oh, I'm
I'm
sorry.
actually on the next one too.
Okay.
Commissioner Lim, to your earlier question, the applicant has timely submitted their renewal application for calendar year 2025. And as part of that renewal, it does require them to provide the updated the business premises diagram. So that will be reviewed by my staff next month. And we'll go ahead and make sure that it gets updated to the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are on to deliberations, if any. Okay, may I have a motion, please?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 13, DCR Core Record number 101748 for the business located at 7236 North Barnett Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated November 14, 2024.
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Okay, the
Okay.
time,
This Commissioner Lim is.
the time is
officially
4:20 plus 1. And we will be on break until, I think, 4:51. Thank you. I was there.
All right, we may begin.
Okay, the time is 4:53 and we have returned from recess. We are on item 14, DCR Core Record Number 101746. The applicant is Red Moon Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 14350 to 14354 Oxnard Street. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Emily Salazar. I will present item number 14 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 101746 is associated with Red Moon Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 14350 through 14354 Oxnard Street in Van Nuys, North Sherman Oaks Community Plan area within Council District 4. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR on March 19, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C12000223-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 23rd, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the social equity program. On or about September 4, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. A compliance inspection was recently conducted and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Department of Cannabis Regulation, Compliance and Enforcement Division. This summary is for 14350 West Oxnard. A compliance inspection was conducted on May 15th, 2024. A notice to correct was issued on July 29th, 2024. During the inspection, there were 12 deficiencies that were identified. The 12 deficiencies are as followed. The use of DBA, Red Moon, is not registered as a fictitious business name. Since then, compliance action has been taken. A mod was completed on 10/8/2024, and that deficiency has been resolved. The second item was display of license. The neighborhood liaison contact information is not displayed to be viewed by public, state, and local agencies. Since then, they did provide photographic evidence confirming corrective action for that display of the neighborhood liaison information. The third item is identification of employees. The badges did not include the DCR core number. They did provide email photos of compliant badges, so that deficiency has been resolved. Fourth item was graffiti. Trash was found in the parking lot facing Oxnard Street, as well as debris around the entrance of the building. This was identified under the graffiti regulation, but is related to trash. They did provide photos and evidence of corrective action on October 7th, resolving that deficiency. Fifth item was code of conduct. Patron code of conduct is not visibly displayed in the public area of the business premises. Once again, they provided photographic evidence, and that has been resolved. Sixth item is security plans. License does not have written standard operating procedures. And establish an inventory system to track cannabis and cannabis goods and the personnel responsible for processing it throughout the manufacturing process. Since then, they did provide a standard operating procedures that reflected those requirements, and they provided that documentation on August 27th, 2024, so that deficiency has been resolved. Seventh item is a log to limited access area. They did provide a document, and that deficiency has been resolved. The no loitering signs were not identified at the site. They did provide photographic evidence on October 7th, and that deficiency is resolved. Ninth item was training records. They did not have training records on site. They did provide photographic evidence on October 8th, and that deficiency has been resolved. They did have an issue in product inventory and sales. So at that time, licensee tracked delivery sales as in-store sales. They were required to get with Metric and resolve those issues. They did provide sufficient evidence of documentation on October 7th to our analysts and confirmed that they are tracking delivery sales and the delivery sales and in-store retail sales as retail sales in Metric. So that deficiency has been resolved. The 11th item is product transport. A business phone was being used for the global positioning system, GPS, and since then they had purchased a dedicated device for the vehicle, so that deficiency has been resolved. The 12th item was a DVP, which is delivery vehicle placard and registration of the delivery vehicle. And they did register the vehicles on October 7th and have received the delivery placard. So at this time, the inspection has been passed, given that all 12 deficiencies have been resolved.
Thank you. This is President Mason. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. We do not have a representative present. Ms. Diaz, is there someone on the line?
There is.
Okay, thank you. Please verify.
Phone number ending in 0048. Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant. You'll have 10 minutes.
Hi, this is Lisa Seelan. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Hi. Back. Anyway, yes, I am here. I represent Red Moon. They also have been around for 17 years in the same location, same owner. And they are a micro business. They have cultivation, they have distribution, they have manufacturing, and they have retail all in one location. And they are part of the Oxnard corridor there in the Van Nuys area, and they have been very well received by their customers for the last 17 years. And they've been a fixture there for a long time, and they work at making sure once they do get any kind of a citation that they bring themselves into compliance, and that's what they did with this last inspection. And they are very deserving of getting their annual license after 17 years.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Seelan? Okay. Thank you for being with us tonight. You are almost free to go and party. Commissioners,
Thank you.
we are on to deliberations, if any. Okay, is there a motion?
With this, Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 14, DCR core record number 101746 for the business located 14350 to 14354 Oxnard Street, I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated November 14, 2024.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Items 15 and 16 have been continued to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting on February 6, 2025. That brings us to item 17, DCR core record number 100020. The applicant is Daddy's Pipes Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7040 North Havenhurst Avenue. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Emily Salazar. I will present item number 17 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100020 is associated with Daddy's Pipes Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 7040 North Havenhurst Avenue in the Reseda West Van Nuys Community Plan area within Council District 6. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of August 22nd, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C120000092-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 21st, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the social equity program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. A compliance inspection was recently conducted and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it's appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Senior Management Analyst Christina Campos with a supervisor with the Compliance and Enforcement Division, providing a summary for location 7040 North Havenhurst Avenue. A compliance inspection was conducted on October 9th, and a notice to correct was issued on October 29th. The compliance deadline was November 29th, 2024. The compliance inspector identified the following 4 deficiencies. The use of DBA Lemonade is not registered as a fictitious business name or DBA with DCR. The current business premises layout is not accurately reflected on the business premises diagram. The video surveillance timestamp was approximately 60 minutes behind the actual time. Additionally, the surveillance media storage device was not in a locked box and is located in a room with no door. And there were inventory discrepancies in the track and trace system metric. Since the notice to correct was issued, they provided corrective action. They submitted a mod form for the DBA, as well as a mod form for the business premises diagram, which is currently under review by DCR licensing. They submitted photo evidence of the video surveillance timestamp showing the accurate time and a picture of a door that the video surveillance is now inside the electrical room with a locked door. They also submitted a picture of a metric reconciliation. However, that is still under review. Any questions?
Thank you. This is President Mason. I don't have any questions. We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium at this time, state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes when you see the green light.
Hello, my name is Jeff Milinovitz. I'm a partner at Daddy's Pipes Inc. I've been operating a compliant dispensary since 2006. We partake in a local hiring process for all of our stores. In this store in particular, we are hiring all locals, everyone within the community. We do employee trainings and educations on site. We train them on compliance and we train them on safety. We do community outreach. We're currently doing a food drive for the local community. We do toy drives where we drop off the toys at the children's hospital. We make sure that we sell all high quality tested cannabis goods. We do daily audits on the products. And we have 24-hour security to make sure the premises is safe at all times. Our security also even helps to secure like the neighboring businesses and across, because we're not like on a main stretch. It's like a little warehouse area. And we operate in compliance with general counsel on staff.
Excellent. Thank you for being here. We
Thank you
appreciate
for
it.
having us.
Commissioners, any questions? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any deliberation? On to the motion.
This Commissioner Lim, in regards to DCR core record number 100020, the business located at 7040 North Havenhurst Avenue, I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated November 14, 2024.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item 18 is DCR core record number 100016. The applicant is Wellness Caregivers Collective to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 15460 West Devonshire Street. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Emily Salazar. I will present item number 18 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100016 is associated with Wellness Caregivers Collective. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 15460 West Devonshire Street in the Mission Hills, Panorama City, North Hills Community Plan area within Council District 7. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LEMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C100000337-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 27, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4, 2024, DCR provided notice to the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. And during that meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to the CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LEMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Compliance Enforcement Division Supervisor. This summary is for 15460 West Devonshire Street. A compliance inspection was conducted on September 4th, 2024. A notice to correct was issued on November 13th, 2024. There were 5 deficiencies identified during the compliance inspection. First deficiency was display of license. The designated neighborhood liaison contact information was different than the information on the DCR record. As a result, the operator did submit a modification against a specific record to update that DBA. It's currently under review by our DCR licensing team. The second deficiency is no physical changes without approval. The location of the security cameras were not reflective of the current business premises diagram within the record. As a result, the operator did submit a modification against the record, and it is currently under review with our DCR licensing team. The third deficiency is limited access area. It does state door number 5 on the business premises diagram is not equipped with a commercial grade lock. They did provide photographic evidence, and that deficiency has been resolved. They provided evidence on November 18th, 2024. The fourth deficiency is access to limited access area. It's a written log that tracks individuals going into limited access areas, and that sufficient evidence was provided as they gave me a document with listing names and dates into those limited access areas. So that deficiency has been resolved. The fifth item is business premises access. 2 doors leading to the limited access areas were open during the time of the inspection. Obviously, that's an easy fix. So they just sent photographic confirmation that those 2 doors were closed, and that deficiency has been resolved. So 3 of the 5 deficiencies have been resolved. 2 remaining items, there are modifications in the record. So they have done what they need to do. It's just a matter of us reviewing those modifications and completing that process. Any questions?
None for me.
This is Commissioner Lin. In regards to number 4, it's non-employee access to retail premises, limited access area. What does that mean?
So whenever anybody walks into our premises, they obviously check in with customers. So
Right.
then when you have any vendors or anybody else that go through your facility, they need to be tracked. So they need to put down their information. So if they go into any limited access areas, so if there's any theft or anything that may happen during the course of the day, they have actual evidence of who was allowed in these areas, and they can kind of track it back down, look at video surveillance equipment. So that log is required to assist with that. So it's a required at every facility that they have a limited access area log for us.
So this Commissioner Lim, so that's mainly for third-party vendors or delivery, having access to that area.
For anybody that doesn't have access to limited access areas, they should fill out these limited access logs.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Hodge. If you can approach the podium at this time, state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant.
Good evening, Arthur Hodge. I'm the authorized agent. I have a PowerPoint presentation, if that could be brought up. As an introduction, Wellness Caregivers is a pre-ICO. It's been operating since 2007. Next slide, please. We're located 2 blocks east of the 405 freeway. This viewpoint is looking north. You can see the building right there on the corner of Langdon. This is again about 2 blocks to the east of the 405 in Mission Hills. Next slide. This is the front of the store. We're right there on the corner. There's some street parking and there's a few spaces in the back. Next. Looking overhead, this is the southbound overhead view, or southward. It's number 14 on the far right. You can see the building. You can see the block is pretty much loaded with commercial, and then behind the alley are large residential lots. Next slide, please. At the let's see. Wait. All right. At the neighborhood council meeting, it was held in person at Mission Hills LAPD division. We had a very positive response. I attended myself. Unfortunately, they didn't have a quorum. They didn't ask me to come back when they did have a quorum. I'm not sure what effect that had, but there were no complaints or no issues. They had a lot of questions about unlicensed activity and smoke shops, which, as you know, to the extent I could, I tried to answer them, but it was outside of why we were there. Next slide, please. As Mr. Alicon mentioned, there was an enforcement inspection on September 4th. All those issues are resolved. The 2 remaining ones are modifications submitted in a CELA, and they were submitted as one modification. That's to update the neighborhood liaison sign and to make corrections to the premises diagram. The premises diagram, I had it in the slideshow, but we're not supposed to include that, so I took it out. But I should note, the original diagram was made back in 2018, and it wasn't any sort of intent to change it. It just wasn't accurate. And so we redid the whole thing and made it a lot better and more presentable. This first page here is the violation or the notice to correct. And it just show you what it looks like when we receive it. We got it on the 13th, but it was from September 4th. Next slide, please. I had already tried to work out this first issue before getting the notice of violation. I'll say I was a little surprised because the issue deals with the neighborhood liaison. I think it was just a problem with the computer system. Next slide, please. What had happened is when we did our business application in 2023, we included in the form the neighborhood liaison. For some reason, I don't think anyone knows why, it didn't get translated into the system. So we were kind of caught off guard. My name was listed as the liaison because I was supposed to be the liaison, but then enforcement pointed out, hey, that doesn't match DCR records. So before we got, next slide, please, before we got the notice to correct, we did, of course, we submitted a modification, which they requested, and this is the application that we made back in 2023. And you can see form 4003 is highlighted. That's the one that has the personnel. Next slide, please. Just to show you, because I don't think you see this very much, this is what it looks like. We turned in this form in 2023. This is what everyone turns in. They are updated from time to time. And so it lists the personnel on there. And, you know, the authorized agent part got connected, but for whatever reason, the other part didn't. And so it's really no big deal. Next slide. This is the sign that was up on site. It's the one that I use for the facilities that I'm the liaison. I have a dedicated email and number there. Next slide. I attempted to work it out with DCR through various emails, and I'll show you those here. This is one of them where we've identified I'm on the business record, but I'm not getting access to the portal. Next slide. Then I pointed out to the staff that these were the issues, that since I should be the AA, I should also be the neighborhood liaison, et cetera. Just showing you this to try and show that this is the back and forth that DCR staff deals with on all these applications. Each time there's an issue, we have this back and forth in an attempt to resolve it. Next slide, please. Actually, after looking into it, I realized the issue that I pointed out, that the owner was appointed neighborhood liaison, and that was some sort of an error. So I'm here asking DCR to simply, maybe they could just correct it because it was an error. But next slide, please. We went ahead and submitted a modification anyway, and you can see on the modification, it lists me now as the liaison. Temporarily, we have a sign up listing Mr. Bill Bullion as the liaison with his information that matches a CELA. So right now, the sign matches a CELA, and then we will remove that and change it to what we prefer to have once the modification is approved. Next slide, please. There's the mod submitted. That's what it looks like when you submit it. You get a record number. That way you can go and track the modification and communicate with DCR about it. Next slide, please. Violation number 2 is the cameras on the premises diagram. Next slide. I submitted this modification request, and you can see there, it has the new premises diagram attached from November 18th. So it's all ready to go. Number 3 was the not having a commercial grade lock. Next slide, please. You can see a lock was installed, and that's the photo Mr. Alcon was speaking of. Next slide, please. The limited access log. Now, I'm glad I brought photos of this. This sort of caught pre-SEOs off guard because it wasn't in the initial rules, but now it's a known rule. You need to have a log when someone who's not an employee enters the back area or limited access area. Next slide, please. So these logs are now put in place. There's 2 doors that enter the limited access area. So there's a log on each one, and I've done a blow up of the log to kind of see what the sign-in sheet is like, so that they can, again, track whatever information they need to. Next slide, please. The 5th violation was keeping the doors closed. It's not really any way to prove it complied with other than showing the doors closed. Next slide. So there's the doors closed. And thank you very much, Commission, for your time, and staff. We appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel like I need to clap, but that was very thorough. Very well executed. Thank you for that. I don't have any questions for the representative. Do you?
No, this is Commissioner Lim. Thank you for that report and the thoroughness of that report.
No questions.
Okay, let's hear the motion. I'm sorry. Are there any deliberations? Okay, motion.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 18, DCR Core Record number 100016 for the business located at 15460 West Devonshire Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated November 14, 2024.
This is Commissioner Lim. I second that.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 19 is DCR Core Record number 310237. The applicant is Sunset Retailer LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 8025 West Sunset Boulevard. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the queue.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is Management Analyst Nathan Tellers. I will present item number 19 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310237 is associated with Sunset Retailer LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. This business is located at 8025 West Sunset Boulevard in the Hollywood Community Plan area within Council District 4. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR on April 12th, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10001357-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 27th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the social equity program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One local resident expressed support for the application, expressing gratitude to have a dispensary in the neighborhood, as there is not another cannabis retailer within walking distance. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 3 to categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you, staff. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium, state your name for the record, and you will have 10 minutes once you see the green light. Oh, and your relationship to the applicant.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you for having me. My name is Kimball Cannon. I'm in-house counsel for Sunset Retailer. I don't have a long presentation. We have a very simple business model. We don't advertise. We don't have discounts except for first responders, veterans, and seniors. Our approach is to simply know the names of our customers and serve the local community. We have a very senior, experienced team. All of our managers have managed other stores, mainly for large public cannabis companies. So we bring a lot of expertise. I taught cannabis law at UCLA. I'm a former regulator, but we're not on weed maps. We try to not have lower prices than our nearest dispensaries. We don't want to compete on price because it's a hard enough business for everybody. We just know everybody's name, and we've had a really great reception by the local community.
Awesome. Thank you for being here. Any questions for the applicant's representative?
This Commissioner Lim, in regards to your business model, do you believe, how's financially, how's business going?
Well, it's an extremely challenging business, of course, because the regulatory costs are high and the taxes are high and the margins are, limited. We've had increasing sales consistently since we opened in June. Almost all of our sales we have 41 parking spaces. They're almost never used. It's really mainly people from the community walking by. We have people that come in every 2 days, others that come in every week, but we really have a strong repeat business. And we have we're very local in our approach, and that's been working for us. We're still losing a lot of money, and we will be for a while, and our business model anticipates that. But hopefully at some point we'll be able to break even and create more jobs.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We are on to deliberations, if any. Hearing none, I'll call for the motion.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item 19, DCR core record number 310237 for the business located at 8025 West Sunset Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in the staff report dated November 14, 2024.
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 20. DCR core record number 310240. The applicant is D15 Commerce Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1121 North Gaffey Street. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a raised hand in the queue, nor is there a speaker card.
Then thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. Once again, this is Management Analyst Nathan Tellers. I'll present item number 20 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310240 is associated with D15 Commerce Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. This business is located at 1121 North Gaffey Street in the San Pedro Community Plan area within Council District 15. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of December 6, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001135-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 28th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC section 104.20 for the social equity program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One oral comment provided by the owner was in favor of the application. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions for department staff? Okay, hearing none. Is there someone on the line on behalf of this applicant?
I believe there is. Would you like me to call them?
Please.
Phone number ending in 6615. Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant. You'll have 10 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Daly, and I'm one of the owners with Stone Age Pharmacy. We provide a welcoming environment to everyone in our community. We hire local. Our consultants are trained to educate people on the various cannabis products that we carry. We provide discounts to local residents, veterans, first responders, longshoremen, along with daily deals. We offer some of the best deals in the industry, and we serve up to 200 people a day. We donate to local organizations like the Animal Shelter and other various community projects. We've been open for about 1.5 years. We have a good relationship with the local community, and most of our customers are returning customers we see on a weekly basis. We pay our taxes on time, and we keep good records. We look forward to continuing to serve our local community. I'd like to briefly echo some of the other operators that have spoken, and I'd like to see lower taxes to help equity operators become more profitable. I have licenses in other counties in California, and they've lowered taxes up to 60% in multiple counties. I'd also like to see something done about landlords and maybe a cap on the amount landlords can charge cannabis businesses. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for phoning in. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Lim. You said that you see about 200 customers a day. The previous applicant that we had said that he has 40 parking spots, and rarely are they full. What do you believe is the difference that your business is successful?
We're in a very high traffic area right next to the 110 freeway. There's an on-ramp and off-ramp, probably 800 to 1,000 feet from our business. Also at a very busy intersection of Gaffey and Channel Street. We only have maybe 6 or 7 parking spaces, and we share them with another business. And we don't seem to have a problem with parking.
This is Commissioner Lim. Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. Do you see any illegal dispensaries in your area?
I have seen a couple come and go. Currently, in the San Pedro area, I don't notice any, but directly around us in the Harbor City area, I know there's at least 2 or 3.
And how far is that from your location?
Less than 2 miles, maybe 3 at the most.
Thank you.
This is President Mason. I have no questions. Mr. Daly, thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you very much.
We will move to deliberations, if any. Then I will call for the motion.
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to item number 20, DCR core record number 310240 for the business located at 1121 North Gaffey Street. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated November 14, 2024.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll. I'm sorry, Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 21 is DCR core record number 310190. The applicant is Diamond Alliance LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 8162 North Orion Avenue. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do have a raised hand in the queue. Would you like me to call them?
Please verify. Thank you.
Phone number ending in, sorry, looks like they put down their hand.
Okay, we'll keep moving. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good evening. Once again, this is Management Analyst Nathan Tellers. I'll present item number 21 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310190 is associated with Diamond Alliance LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 8162 North Orion Avenue in the receipt of West Van Nuys Community Plan Area within Council District 6. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of February 28th, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with the LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10001064-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 9th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the social equity program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine that this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions for department staff? Okay, hearing none. I don't have a speaker card. Is the hand raised again in the queue or?
Yes,
Okay,
they just
great.
raised their hands. Would you like me to call them?
Please, thank you.
Phone number ending in 7354. Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant.
Good afternoon, Madam President and Honorable Commissioners. I'm Narek Vardanian, and I'm counsel for Diamond Alliance. We've been operating since 2023, September 2023, in the Reseda West Van Nuys Community Plan area. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for joining us this evening. Commissioners, any questions? Okay, that was short and sweet. Thank you again for joining us. There are no questions. We are on to deliberations. And we are on to the motion.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 21, DCR for record number 310190 for the business located at 8162 North Orion Avenue. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated November 14, 2024.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 22 is DCR Core Record number 100084. The applicant is Minute Cure to approve an annual license for storefront, retail, commercial cannabis activity located at 5300 West 104th Street. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives
We
on
do
this
not,
item?
we do not have a raised hand in the queue, nor is there a speaker card.
Thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear the department presentation.
Good evening. Once again, this is Management Analyst Nathan Tellers. I will present item number 22 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 100084 is associated with Minute Cure. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 5300 West 104th Street in the Westchester Playa del Rey Community Plan area within Council District 11. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001055-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 6, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. Any questions for the department? Okay, that's a no. So item 22, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. Please approach the podium at this time. State your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Hello, good evening, Commissioners. I'm Mike Sagan, licensing consultant for Minute Cure, DCR record number 100084. There's not much to share here since they're not operational yet. This is an EMMD, They're just east of LAX, south of Century Boulevard, and in between La Cienega and Aviation Boulevard. Most of the businesses around them are industrial use businesses, and there's no residences within 1,500 feet. The closest residents are on the other side of the 405 in Inglewood. Their tenant improvement plans have been approved with LADBS, which also consists of a change of use to retail. And they have 9 parking spaces, and they're planning on being operational by mid-2025. Thank you.
Hi, it's President Mason. Are you sure the closest residents are on the other side of the 405?
I was wrong last time we had. I Google mapped it, and I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay.
Am I wrong again?
It might be a trade-off between the ones on the other side of Sepulveda.
I think just west was, let's see, LA.
It's okay.
Okay.
They're still far away. It's okay. I just wanted to mess with you.
I'm pretty sure because LAX is just west of them. And everything north and south is industrial.
Any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Lim. We had several applicants talk about price gouging by the landlord. What was your client's experience with the landlord in getting this new lease?
So this landlord has been pretty fair. It's been a very long construction process dealing with building and safety. There was a lot of back and forth with parking requirements, and the landlord came through and helped the licensee deal with building and safety to prove that the parking is sufficient for them to be approved for change of use. And as far as price gouging, this landlord has given rental decrease during the construction process, which is fairly nice.
Thank you.
Vice President Nash, any questions?
This is Vice President Nash. How big is the location?
The total square footage of the property, if I recall, it's 14,000 square feet. And the retail space there is going to be just under 4,000 square feet. And the remainder of the space is going to be used for a cultivation license. And that's going to be roughly 10 to 11,000 square feet.
Thank you very much.
So this is Commissioner Lim, in regards to the regulation that you talked about earlier, is that more dealing with the cultivation issue than?
No, it was when you do a change of use to retail, it triggers certain parking requirements, and DBS thought they needed more than 9 spots, but that's been resolved.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Good to see you.
Thank you,
for
everyone.
being
Good to
here.
see everyone. Thank you, Jason. I want to thank him. I heard you earlier.
Any deliberations, commissioners? Okay, then let's have the motion.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item 22, DCR Core Record number 1000084 for the business located at 5300 West 104th Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated November 14, 2024.
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 23 is DCR Core Record number 100036. The applicant is Westside Caregivers Club Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7731 North Havenhurst Avenue. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a raised hand in the queue, nor is there a speaker card.
Okay, then we will hear the department's presentation at this time. Thank you.
Good evening. Once again, this is Management Analyst Nathan Tellers. I will present item number 23 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100036 is associated with West Side Caregivers Club, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 7731 North Havenhurst Avenue in the Reseda West Van Nuys Community Plan area within Council District 6. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of June 5th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C1200000266-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through September 15th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions for department staff? Hearing none, we do have someone here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium at this time, state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. When you see the green light, you will have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Michael Rubin, and I am an authorized representative of the applicant. I am the compliance manager at Westside Caregivers Club Incorporated, and I'm here with our entire compliance team, our general counsel, and our director of compliance. Westside Caregivers Club is a micro business, and we have the ability to manufacture, distribute, and engage in retail operations. Westside Caregivers Club does business as Final Bell WS, and we are based in Van Nuys. We are fortunate to be a part of a great community and have worked very hard to create strong relationships with our neighbors. We make sure that our facility and our neighborhood is clean, and we pick up trash whenever we can. And we also ensure that our security team watches over our facility and the surrounding area. Our security team also helps prohibit loitering, consumption, and littering on our business premises, as well as deter crime in the general area. We were happy to receive no comments against our application during the community meeting, and we are also very happy to read that the DCR found no ground for denial under a LAMC Section 104.04. Our company, Final Bell, has been managing this license since 2019, and we have steadily grown and increased the volume of our production over the years. Final Bell prides itself on the ability to provide an end-to-end supply chain solution and produce a variety of high-quality cannabis products for both medical and recreational use. We operate with a focus on safety, transparency, efficiency, and quality. Unfortunately, we have not had any LADCR inspections to date. However, we maintain a high level of compliance and adopt a inspection-ready everyday mentality. To support this standard, we conduct weekly inspections of our facility, conduct cycle counts, mid-month and end-of-month inspections, reconciling metric inventory with physical inventory. We like to promote a culture of compliance and quality throughout the entire company. Final Bell enables innovation at scale for the cannabis industry, and we are changing the way that the cannabis industry operates. Our state-of-the-art licensed facility provides formulation, processing, filling, co-packing, and scaled production for the industry's leading brands. In summary, every day at Final Bell, we are focused on producing safe, high-quality cannabis products that adhere to the highest standards of compliance, safety, and environmental responsibility. We are proud of the work we do and the positive impact that we have on our local community and economy. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Inspection ready every day. I know, right? Love the ethos. Thank you for being here, all three of you. Commissioners, any questions for the representative? Okay, so when they come, we want to hear that you pass next year. We are on to deliberations, if any. Okay, let's have the motion.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 23, DCR core record number 100036 for the business located at 7731 North Havenhurst Avenue. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated November 14, 2024.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 24 is DCR core record number 100026. The applicant is Compassion Union Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 11669, 11669 and a half, 11671, and 11671 and a half Van Owen Street. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a raised hand in the queue, nor is there a speaker card.
Thank you. Then at this time, we'll take the department's presentation.
Good evening. Once again, this is Management Analyst Nathan Tellers. I will present item number 24 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100026 is associated with Compassion Union, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 11669 through 11671 and a half Van Noen Street in the North Hollywood Valley Village Community Plan area within Council District 2. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C12000106-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 25, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about September 4th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on September 26, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions for department staff? Hearing none, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium at this time, state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good evening. This is Vache Topshan. I'm one of the
moment.
owners.
I'm really sorry to interrupt your time. If you could please pause it. This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. I just wanted to clarify on the record,
whether the retail activity was with DCR licensing, specifically Assistant Executive Director Jason Clean, whether the retail activity is happening at 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4 different addresses on the agenda, or in the report, it does say on page 2, under the header background, the business premises is located at, and it only lists 2 address numbers, the 1169 through 1167.5 Van Owen Street.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Clean. So this is a vertically integrated business. The retail storefront activity, the entrance for consumers is at the 11669 Van Owen Street address. The business premises range that's provided in the staff report aligns with what was noticed on the agenda. The retail storefront activity is effectively in the middle of the business premises under the control of the applicant, and they're surrounded by a variety of non-retail activities. They've got the inventory under the distribution license, and they have cultivation and other stuff, and it effectively wraps around. So, but the retail storefront can only be accessed through the 11669 address. However, given that they do have areas that are vendors may go through, we listed the entire range in an abundance of caution.
Okay, thank you. So I think, as I understand it, the application and perhaps that this is where the applicant could clarify later. The application here is to approve retail activity at the 11669 location and not at all of the 4 addresses that are listed on the agenda. Is that correct?
The 11669 address is only accessible by customers through the entrance tied to that address. That is correct.
And that's the only address where retail activity is supposedly occurring. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So just to be clear, then maybe there should be an oral amendment to the report that the recommendation is to approve retail activities at the 1169 address, 11669 address, as opposed to all 4 addresses.
I would love to orally amend DCR's report on page 2 at the top of the staff report under background to say that the business premises is located at 11669 Van Owen Street, and the retail storefront activity, the type 10 activity, is only occurring at that address.
Wonderful. But the only thing is, I just want to make clear this is, and I misspoke by just referring simply to page 2 of your report, but it's just throughout the report that the motion, the recommendation is to approve just at that one address and not at the 4 different addresses.
Correct.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for that. Just trying to clear up the record. Thank you.
No problem. Good evening, I'm Vache Topshan. How are you guys doing? You guys saved the best for last. So I've made presentations before, and we followed the same SOPs, and all of the layouts are very, very similar. I emailed you guys a presentation. You're welcome to open it up, but you've seen it. This is my 4th visit, I think, and it hasn't changed much. This is a pre-ICO license. We started operating this location, I think back in 2016, 17 or so, I don't remember. But we've done a tremendous job at building a beautiful retail, aligning with the community, making sure that we are always inspection ready. We usually get pats on our backs when we do get visits. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Love your hair, by the way,
Thank you.
President Mason.
You may not see it again for a while.
I like it.
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? I noticed that Ms. Wiles gave a head nod when she said you guys always pass your inspections immaculately. It is what it is.
Yeah, we work hard on it, make sure.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, and Jason is absolutely correct. The main retail activity and the only retail activity is specific to 11669.
Thank you for that
Yes,
clarification.
of course.
Okay, they're silent, so that means there are no questions. Thank you for being here,
Thank you for having me.
hanging out with us until the end.
Yes.
Any deliberations? Motion, please.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 24, DCR core record number 100026 for the business located at 11669 Van Owen Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated November 14, 2024, and as orally amended during this meeting.
This is President Mason. I'll second. Ms. Diaz, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving to anyone
you.
still here and anyone listening. This meeting is now adjourned and the time is 6:09 PM. Is that